Hello. Am I audible? I don't know if I'm audible. Okay, okay. Hello, hello. Okay, I don't really. I'll try to chat using my voice now. I don't really turn on the mic because I listen to podcasts or music on speakers, and so there's a feedback that happens. But then, well, since it seems that there are viewers right now, might as well, chat while things are happening. So, yeah, how are things? Like, I see a lot of my students here. I recognize one based on the art that he's created and presented and posted on his YouTube, but I don't recognize majority of you. Like Univt, like I know you're my student, but that's it. I swear this is true, and I'm holding on to you and I had the time of my life, and I never felt this way before. So how is the evening going for the people who are watching? Am I audible? Okay, I am audible. Okay. I just try to listen to myself. Six on the second hand to New Year's resolution. There's just no question this man should do. Take all the time lost with all the days that I've caused. Take what I took and give it back to you. All this time we've waited for each other, and all this time I was waiting for you. We've got all these words can't waste it on one another. That's right. Hectic but workable. Do you want me to make it even more hectic? Who's Lucifer? What made you guys stick around to watch the chat? Not watch the chat. To watch the stream. Lurking is cool. I see. What are you working on, Rick? To my students who are watching, this is Rick. He's also a great artist. We've known each other for quite a while now. Probably 3 years, Rick, right? 3 or 4. I think we've known each other since... No, 5! Did we get to know each other 2019? Math's a bit off. I'm not sure. Damn. You should post that once it's ready. Once it's up and running. Yeah, about 4, around 4, yeah. Wow, I didn't say anything. Come on, man. Yeah, the parallaxing is a little bit too much. I think with this section I have to grab one bullet at a time. Oops. There we go. Then place it on the... Who else is lurking in my stream? To those who are lurking, like, what's a topic you guys want to talk about? So that I'm not just breathing on the microphone. guest graders. Mm, I don't think. I think it's. I don't think there's any stipulation about it. That's what I think. Body proportions. Oh, you want to talk about body proportions? Okay. Wait. I need to know who you are, or like, give me an idea. What? Are you in Gamdraw right now, or were you in Gamdraw before? Yeah, probably. I mean, you're also kind, but I mean, I don't know how you taught in your own classes. I try to be generous as much as I can, but of course, I still have standards to uphold, and I think my students know that. That is true. Well, that is still one of the best ways to help people improve, you know. Da, da, da. Univt. I wonder who you are. I'll try not to guess anymore. Anyways, body proportions. Well, as you can see here, I already have two different versions of the same body. This is the original sketch that I prepared for my client. So this had its own sketch along with it. If I am going to open the pre-production one. Yeah, so this is the pre-production that I prepared. Yeah. So this is V3. Let me see if there's a... Yeah. So as you can see, there's also sketch underneath. And I feel like I made some mistakes when it comes to the rest of the details. That's why I try to correct them and make them more prominent in this version. Like the collar here. Let me try to show you the... Can I do that? Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, this is the body that I have. So, what I try to do is I always try to prepare the anatomy first before any sort of armor, because I deal with a lot of commissions that involve armor and all of that, and it can get tiring and frustrating at times. So I try to always put in the body, and if you guys ever saw the first Iron Man film, that's one example of heroic body proportions that exist in CGI in 3D versus when it's versus Robert Downey Jr.'s body. So in reality, Robert Downey, who's the actor of Tony Stark, if you're not aware, his body actually won't fit the Iron Man armor. His arms are going to be ripped apart and pulled to the left and to the right just so that it would fit in. His legs are too short to fit into the body. So so we have to kind of make sacrifices, and this is a little bit more of an advanced technique. So as you can see, this pre-production sketch that I created has a more regular body proportion, but even the head is shrinked a little bit so that it could accommodate the more heroic proportions, where the head is a little bit smaller, the chest is much more prominent, the shoulders are a bit larger, and so on and so forth. Another example I could give is the difference between the 2012 Captain America suit from Avengers versus the rest of his suits in the rest of the films. So it's honestly a very ugly suit. Like, if I'm gonna try and copy it. I mean, I'm sure there are fans of it. Right, there will be fans of it for sure. Yeah. Right, so like here, let me try to paste it. Like there, that's the Captain America suit. It looks like cosplay, and that's one of the faults that I would toss at the Avengers film, and the color grading too. I particularly am not a fan of the color grading there. Now compare that to this one. Notice how they were more careful with the shoulders and the chest, and made it more prominent, and even open up the ears so that he doesn't end up with this bulky. It doesn't even look like a proper bicycle helmet. So there are some things that you have to change up, modify. Like here, this is something that I'm still working on. I decided to lower the head or the helmet here, even though it's not fully anatomically correct. Where's the head? I should move the head above there. So if I turn off the layers of the armor, there you go. If I turn off the layers of the armor, the helmet is actually a little bit too low. There. So it actually should be a little bit higher there. But since the head is tilting downwards, it could be higher a little bit. It could be lower a little bit. Yeah, so that's still something I'm deciding. But as you can see, it just pushes a little bit too much outside. And I'm not sure how to deal with that yet. I could make the helmet wider to accommodate, or put it down lower again. Yeah. Or make it bigger, probably. Yeah, I could do that. And then put it down a little bit lower. Tilt the head a bit. Nope. Yeah, I'm not satisfied with that. To anybody who's listening, who plays or who's a fan of Warhammer 40K. I want to play music, but YouTube for sure is gonna copyright me. Like, I think that already happened when I played, cause I watched Furiosa with a couple of friends of mine. Around, was it the Sunday? Yeah, it was the Sunday. I didn't like it. Like, long story short, I didn't like it. It was terrible. It had good parts, but it pales in comparison to the quality that Fury Road has. Like, it feels stale, especially when it gets into the action. Damn, it feels stale. It feels too safe. It's like all of the guidelines that they shouldn't have had, they suddenly had. I think I should shrink the arm here. No data? What do you mean no data? Anybody playing Helldivers aside from Rick? Because Rick plays Helldivers. We gotta give our Helldiver a big dick. Because it takes balls to face the enemy. Imagine having an average lifespan of 30 seconds once you hit the drop point. That's just wild, man. Yes, sir. You sign up, you go through basic training, you survive basic training, hopefully. You get your cape, you get frozen. You're frozen, you're frozen. You're even more frozen, then years later, you're unfrozen. The first thing you do is jump back into another pod. Instead of ice, it's fire, and then you're tossed downwards into a planet you've never seen before. You're lucky if you get to call in some weapons, see some friends, more of strangers. Few seconds in, Bile Titan shows up, blows your back, and then a shovel is put on your grave. What a short life. For commissions like this, I've tried to... There were times when I'd skip all over this, like all of this penciling that you guys are seeing. But it just so happens that halfway through that process without the pencils, I fuck it up. I feel like shit, and I do it again, and then I realize I've already wasted a week of not working on the commission properly because it's just not up to standards. Because truly, when you start to do this as your profession, you end up with subject matter that you're not just a fan of, or you are a fan of it, but you're just so fucking sick and tired of drawing it because you've already drawn it before for another client, just a different character but same IP, and then you draw it again, and then it's armor, and you just want to draw flesh, you know, or you want to draw something modern, but then you're forced to draw something medieval again, or you want to draw something medieval, but you want to, but you want to draw your own medieval, and it just sucks. The thing I learned is that when you get bored of that, and then you skip the fundamentals of your commission process, in this case, like I feel it necessary to draw these outlines. If you skip on this, then you're essentially fucking yourself in the foot. And that's something that it took me years to kind of embrace, because once I get into the hang of things, I still would do the line art, but then I'd get into a workflow when I feel like I've done enough. And so I dropped the outline again, and lo and behold, I feel like shit. And then I spent a few weeks mulling over it, thinking about how do I do this faster. And then the fastest way to do something, the fastest way to draw something, is to actually draw it. That's it. Yeah. That's me with For Honor. It's like I post a For Honor commission, I try to entice them to maybe, hey, don't ask me to draw another For Honor piece, and then they come to me and they ask me to draw For Honor. Maybe I should draw Star Wars to get a bit away from your to take a bit of your audience. Yeah, get good by starting. Yes, just sit down and put in the work, because I don't know if you guys have seen it. You probably have if you've been doing art for a while. But there's this meme that has the iceberg meme, like passive types of artwork. You just look at it for 10 seconds. You 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 think about your life. You fantasize over your past. Uh, you masturbate in your head about something sensual, because sometimes people think art is sensual. I kind of agree. And then that's it. 10 seconds or a minute, and then you're happy. You feel good. But it took the artist weeks, months to finish that. So that's why there's the iceberg analogy, that passive art is like an iceberg. You just see the tip, and then you don't really get to see the hard work that's brought into it. That's why personally documentaries are very important. And if you're a manga guy, and you're into the behind the scenes of things, there's a great production by Archipel about Japanese mangaka. And there's also Manben Neo, which really puts into which really shows people the hard work that goes into this. Like this right now, we're talking. I've been streaming for what? How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 3 hours, with just minor breaks here and there. Like, I honestly wanted to just stop for a bit, put up my break image, and then just go down, take a walk. And our art form also takes a lot of toll on us mentally. We need to have clear minds before we get to draw. Sometimes I try to. Yeah, I did, but I think I fell asleep. All again. Those 9-hour, 11-hour streams, that there's sleep somewhere there. That's something that's something that I want to try to fix. So the next time people do watch me streaming for that long, I'm actually drawing. It's just that without going too much into my personal life, I've just been honestly going through a lot. Long story short, I went through a breakup, and yeah, so there's that. I feel like shit. So sometimes I want to just work, but my head's not in the game. And I don't want to work and then produce something bad, especially if it's for a client. All you need is love. Love is all you need. And money. We need money. Artists need money. No, not you, of course. You're still in my dreams, man. I don't know if I should, like, open up to this personality of mine, which is often just seen by my friends, because I have students watching. It feels a little bit unprofessional, but then this is my stream after all. And they do cuss a little bit in in class, but not to this extent. Like, this feels like I'm just in a cafe. Like delving into unfamiliar to add to your vision is one of them. Yes, you really have to. You really have to. And one thing I'm gonna reinforce, and I know this isn't class, but since I do have students here, one thing I think I've said this a few times. Try to, and maybe I'll reinforce this even more. When we get more into design, I'm gonna request everybody to stop using ArtStation. Okay? Like, when I ask you to design something, drop ArtStation, drop Pinterest. Stop looking at other people's artworks. It's gonna mess with your design. Because you're just regurgitating what other people already spent time thinking about. Okay? So drop that. Use that simply as your last option when you're designing. Okay? So that's why in Concord, when I told everybody that you could use ArtStation, I meant it because it was concept art. So, especially having seen your artistic capacities during that time, I wanted you to jumpstart your creativity. And I think for future Concord classes, I'm still gonna reckon to have future students get on that. All right, just make sure to turn off the AI option because I'm gonna bonk you in the head. Okay. If ArtStation already has a regurgitation of real world ideas, how much more AI? And again, I'm not in class, but fuck AI, seriously. Hairstyles and stylized features. Go hit the history books. You want Japanese hairstyles? Look at the Yakuza and the delinquent scene in Japan during the 1980s, 1990s. Go look at that. You want a hairdo that's up and running, that's just waxed out and everything? Look at 1970s, 1960s Hollywood. Look at real life styles and again, drop anime. Really, drop anime. Stop looking at Genshin. Almost every student I've encountered has Genshin in their visual library. It's cool, yes, it's cool. I don't play it, but I admit it's cool. I played Honkai, so I know the appeal that it has. Right, but I'm more of a 2B kind of guy. Point is, drop looking at already articulated concepts. Like, you want to design characters. Chainsaw Man is good, but if you just keep on looking at Chainsaw Man, you're gonna end up creating your own Chainsaw Man, right? You're not gonna be able to create your own character. It's just gonna be Chainsaw Man. Stylized facial features. As for stylized facial features, you could uh, have your mood board consist of many different things. That's always my recommendation when you once you head on into stylization. So yes, yes, exactly. So to those who are reading chat, listen to Rick. All you will ever learn by doing fan art only is fan art. That's it. Never your own thing. You could spice it up, which is what I try to do, and hopefully I'm successful at it. Based on the commissions I get so far, I think I am. But like even For Honor, I draw a lot of For Honor, but I add a visual flair to it that I don't think even For Honor has. But then again, it's just fan art, right? It's just fan art at the end of the day. It is bought fan art because people commission me to do it, but that's why I feel like, I feel ridiculous because I want to make my own stuff, and I'm still writing like my own stuff, but I'm already building the visual library for it, and it originally it was just supposed to be fan art comic strips for Honor, but the more I injected material into it, the farther it went away from For Honor, and now it has World War II included into it. It has historical documents and historical basis injected into it. Thank you, man. Thank you. The frightening thing, and the thing that we have to do as artists, is to, because there are a lot of great artists. Just go to Twitter, man. Like one time I felt like shit after looking at Twitter. Like I was going through a rough day. Like I just wanted to look at art, and then I saw art from Twitter by the Japanese and the Chinese and the Koreans, and I was like, fuck. Like I felt like shit. Like I felt like I couldn't even draw for a few hours, and I kind of whined about it on Facebook immaturely. But like just didn't know how to proceed after that. I felt like all that I knew how to do was just suddenly thrown down the drain. It took me a while, but then I remember that I have my own thing. I have my own style that I've been working on. I know that I still have so much to learn, but I have to accept that the styles that I see are things that I should appreciate. But I shouldn't completely feel jealous, because those artists also spent time formulating their own styles, giving way to practice. And I have a great appreciation for those who have more simplistic styles, because as you can see with how I'm doing my work right now, it's highly detailed, right? And I feel jealous at those who can do scratchy and then end up with what I think are masterpieces. What's funny is when you interview these artists, that the feelings you had with their artists, is how I feel when I see. Oh man, thank you. Oh, you're making me emotional, man. Don't do that. That's unfair. You're not on stream. I'm on stream. So fuck you. Okay, so as you could tell by the from the original pre-production sketch, this was the approved one by the client, versus the one that I'm doing now. There are some significant changes, but the changes that I'm applying are based on are more accurate to the reference image than the one that I originally submitted. It was just sent, of course, to try and show the client that this is roughly how it's gonna appear, and it was approved. And the goal now is to still maintain majority of what was approved, but make it more accurate. That's the dilemma of being an artist. I'm trying to get into video essays now. I posted one a couple of days ago. I'm not really proud of it. Of course, it's my first, but then gotta learn. I'm still working on the tweaks and everything, but it's I framed it mostly to be like a lecture, like in class. So there's not a lot of editing. The sound mixing isn't even that good. But what was I trying to say? What the fuck? Oh yeah. There. What I was trying to say is that I kind of would like to create a video about how to, work on client work. I know there are a lot of video essays about how to make money as an artist, but I don't think I've ever seen a video essay that specifically deals with how to converse and treat your clients, and more specifically how to do consultation for them, right? Because as an artist, what we do is consultation work. They come to us, they talk, they want something, they don't know what they want, they don't know how it should appear. We're the ones with the expertise, or at least that's what we should have, and that's what we're training to have, expertise, right? That's why to my students, that's why you guys are in Benilde, to one day hopefully become experts of what you're doing. You don't have to be a full-on master of everything. Like that's impossible. Trust me, it is. But your goal is to at least gain a certain amount of knowledge that you could pride yourself in, and then you could shove in the face of your clients, hey, I know what I'm doing. That's our jobs. That's our jobs. And the thing is, the question is, how do you shove it in their face, but then still be respectful about it, and then tell them properly that, sir, this is what I have to do. These are the requirements based on your vision. Always put that up. Always make that paramount. Always say that everything I'm doing, everything we've been talking about is for you. It just so happens that this is how I think it's best to be illustrated. This is how I think it's best to be produced, and so on and so forth. Put up with them, right? That's something that I want to also to the 3 students. I think you're my students. To the 3 students who are listening right now, that's especially to those who are in concept art. That's what I want you to be able to develop. That's why during class I want you to be at least combative. You know, when I say something, try to negate what I'm saying, but I want you to be able to express it properly. And that's why I'm teaching everybody not just to be able to draw, but also to be able to communicate themselves, to express yourself. Like, you want to, you have an idea, know how to say it. Because when it comes to client work, there sometimes the drawing is insufficient, right? Especially since pre-production needs to happen fast, and you need to show them something, proof of concept, right? And maybe there's some maybe this is a subject matter that is the first is your first. Maybe the subject matter is something that you're working on for the first time, so you're still testing yourself too, but you need the job, right? And all of these things. To be able to get that job, sometimes you need to talk your way out of it. And this is something that I've done. So this is something out of experience. There are some topics that you might not be fully equipped with yet, and that's okay. But you need to believe that you're able to do it, and you need to be able to convince your client that you can do it. Now the question is how. Right? That's something that you have to figure out. And that's something that I want you guys to also practice in class. So when I ask you guys a question, you will benefit from responding more than by just listening. You can listen, of course, but and that's why, especially in advanced concept art, that's why we're trying to do these sessions where you guys get to hear each other, and where you get to contest each other's ideas, because that's going to open up to competition, right? Whose idea is the best? Because as artists, we can fan over each other's artworks, but at the end of the day, our clients form a supply and demand, right? So we need to be able to find our niche, find our specialties, but also be good enough for somewhat of a general audience that people could still appreciate our work. And if we're the kind of artists who want to create our own material, be able to create material that will reach as many people as can be possible. want to break free. Oh God. Why is it that when I drink coffee, I think I yawn the most? Fuck, man. Science, bitch. Watch Breaking Bad. Guys, watch Breaking Bad. I wanna play either Tekken or Apex Legends. Right, I think this is the only problem I have with streaming. Like, I'm in my apartment right now, like in my condo, and it's silent as fuck. Like, it's just I turned off my air conditioner and it's just the electric fan. And there's no music, man. We could do that. I think so. And then have that streamed? Are you okay with that? We could try that, yep. Oh, but there might be feedback, because I'm on speaker right now. That's another concern. Okay, that's why I also turn off the music, not just for copyright reasons. Wait, what? Oh. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
The voice of an angel.
Let me see if audio input capture desktop audio. There you go. Can you try to talk?
I can try, but I don't know how.
Okay. I'm
Should
gonna
I
try to.
continue to talk?
Yeah, you should. I'm gonna try to put myself into earphones because
Ramble.
when you talk, the audio
Yeah.
my condenser mic is also picking up your voice via the desktop audio.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah.
That's a silly mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get a better mic.
Yeah.
I know a guy. I know a guy named Mike, but you can't have him. He's married.
Try to talk.
Okay, I'm trying.
That's talk again. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's better.
Yeah, there we go.
That's better. Okay.
I just thought you were complaining about the silence. I was like, hey, I'm the opposite of silence. Let me jump in there and hurt your ears.
Nah. No hurt found.
So, Marius students, should I spill all the secrets?
What secrets?
Oh, I got secrets. No.
Go ahead.
I got no secrets.
I wonder who the two other viewers are, or like 4 right now. I have no idea.
Well, I know that Uni wrote that they they had a friend that recommended it, and they went to a class above or similar, or like another art class. They just want to be secret, so they can get away with being naughty, and you won't, and you won't be mean to them in class because of it. It's a smart choice. I mean, if I went into a stream with my teacher, I'd never tell who I was. I'd get
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah. So I completely understand why they're not telling.
Yeah. Well, at least participate in chat, guys. Like so that we have something to bounce off of. You don't have to say who you are. That's fine. During class, you could even
Because if
hide yourself.
because if it's just me and Marius talking, oh, you're gonna it's gonna go down a rabbit hole real fast, real quick.
Probably, yeah.
Well, it's either that or we will just
Yeah, just bring up
go on a
topics. Come on, go ahead.
yeah, or we'll go on a tangent about art
Yeah,
and forget it.
just hit me with anything, man. Like, just get my brain off of the silence.
So yeah, we talked about the proportions of the armor you were doing, right? I don't know if you read what I wrote about it. That you have to, and that's the tough thing sometimes with doing armor is that the proportions you're doing
Oh,
is not
okay.
the armor. It's not the armor itself you have to think about, but the person inside the armor.
Yeah. Well, there's chat here. Okay, I'm here to help people improve. Actually, a friend
Yeah.
recommended the stream. I'm from another class. Oh, I see. This is sketch. I hate you. Use 8 heads, 3 wingspan. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. Train your eye to see these things. It looks more gritty and serious. So it's hard to get the helmet size correct. Best example of off John Walker. Yeah, that one. You're following the proportion of the human side. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you think about the armor as as what you're gonna try and put in proportion, you're already losing, right? You're
That's
already
true.
doing it kind of wrong. And you put that example with Iron Man.
Hmm.
So and you so have that have that in mind. That's also why I like that you made the helmet bigger, because before you had that, the helmet was proportion side to the human form, which it shouldn't be.
Yeah. You gotta you gotta play around with the. You gotta trick yourself a little bit too, but still try and make it convincing. That's I think the difficulty.
Yeah, yeah, because you could do that. You could put the armor in proportion, but then you have to remember that, like, if you have ordinary humans in there as well or stuff like that, you have to put them in a different proportion,
True.
because proportions can be twisted as much as you'd want to make it more your style. It just has to be consistent.
True. You're breaking rules, but you're actually injecting new rules. That's what you're
Yeah,
doing. So you're not.
because there are
Yeah.
you can break rules, but there are certain rules that you almost have to always have to keep, and consistency is the biggest rule that never break consistency.
True.
Like like Rick and Morty. Yeah, it looks like that the art from Rick and Morty looks out of whack all the time, right? If you just look at it real quick, you think, that's just silly. There's no proportions. There's no thinking in it, but it's all consistent in its own way of thinking and doing. It's still consistent in in the way they do it.
Wait, I'm just talking to somebody via chat.
Talking to other people than me. How dare they? How dare you? But yeah, the first thing I usually tell my students is that you can break all the rules that you want, just as long as you stick, as long as you're being consistent with it.
True.
If you can show the consistency in your in why in the breaking of the rules, it it's there's a bigger chance that you can get that you can get away with it.
I'm listening.
Because if you, yeah, well, because if you don't, if you forget consistency, that's where well, that's where you'll fuck up.
True.
Put it nicely, and that is what will be instantly noticed in your art.
And I think some students would argue that, hey, but this artist breaks his own rules every single time. Dude, you're not that artist.
Exactly.
So
Because but that artist is consistent with his rule breaking, with the way with what
true.
rules he breaks. Like, let's talk about I can't remember his name now. That comic book artist that does those stupid ugly proportions from Captain America and the
Liefeld.
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, sure, yeah, he breaks all the rules, but he's consistent with it in his own way. You gotta you can't say no to that. He is consistent
True.
with his. He always tries to hide his feet. He always have oversized
Chest.
torsos that doesn't look good at all.
Well,
He
the
is
thing.
consistent with it, so it's
True.
his
True.
so
But
it's his
don't
style.
Don't follow that guy. That's the
No,
thing.
no, no.
The
Yeah, yeah,
moment
yeah.
you
I'm not saying look up to
I know,
look
I
up
know, I
to him and
know, I
follow
know,
him. I'm using him an example that he's still he's still consistent with what he's doing.
I know. But what I'm trying to say, and it's actually an addendum to what you're saying, is that if you're a student, like don't look for artists who you have to defend as much as possible.
Exactly.
Because number
Don't
one,
fuck it.
Liefeld would not have been famous if he just didn't know the right people too, and if he
Yeah.
wasn't part of that renaissance per se of Image Comics, his art would not have flown.
Oh,
Truly.
absolutely not. That's the only reason. And he's the creator of Deadpool, so
Hmm. See.
that also helps his popularity. But he would have not got, and he admits that himself. I mean,
Hmm.
he's actually a very cool guy. He knows that he wouldn't have gotten anywhere if it hadn't been for the people he knows, and he actually has a great knowledge in creating art in his and you can learn a lot from him, but just don't copy him, right?
True. True.
And that's what I mean with Liefeld. Please fucking never copy him. You will no, don't learn from him. Don't copy him.
You're fucking yourself in the foot if you do that.
Yeah, and the foot has no holes, so it won't be funny. Fucking yourself into your foot. I've never heard that saying before. It's usually shooting yourself in the foot.
It feels more significant, you know. It's like it's like there's
Yeah.
pleasure and pain. That's I guess what I mean. You think
I mean, now I'm looking at my foot and I'm considering if I'm bendy enough, but I'm not.
no, but that's the point.
Yeah.
I think that I forgot where I coined that metaphor, but I think it fits because shooting yourself in the foot is more of just an accident. You don't really need too much
Yeah.
effort, and then you there's a bullet hole already. But to fuck yourself in the foot, now that's something that's considerably impossible. But you're stupid enough, or like you're brave enough that you were able to pull off the.
Yeah.
God.
You had to work hard through it, only to realize that it wasn't as pleasurable as you thought it would be.
True.
Then after you've done that, you realize you could just bought a rotisserie chicken instead. So how old are your students?
What? What?
So how old are your students listening to this?
How old? They're adults now legally.
Okay, good, 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 good. Okay, let's go. Let's have a talk about you having a problem about simplicity, and you want to learn to really want to be able to draw faster, but still have the consistency of your looks. Like I remember, so you wrote something similar to that on your Facebook at some point.
Yeah, I think I did.
I just got a question. Why don't you just start out with a pair with painting, like, and then sculpting from the get go?
Yeah, I've thought about that.
Instead
Like,
of because imagine how many hours you're doing this line art, and that all this line art you're gonna be removed when you're done, right? Because
yeah,
you'll paint over it. So it's, I wouldn't say useless, but it kind of is if you think about it like from if you see the finished piece.
true. It just so happens, I guess, that there are a lot of components that I'm just, maybe it's the OCD in me. Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to say maybe it's the OCD and it takes longer for you to like try and force yourself to try something new.
Yeah, like
But really, how next commission? How if you just use pencils for the quick sketch.
I've
Like you do
I have
the
a big
pencils
commission
for.
that I need to finish before December. Like, when I say big, it's like six massive paintings in one painting. So I've I've put it off for a long while, but the
Mhm.
client's busting my balls for it, and he wants it. And he gave me the final deadline, or else he wants his money back.
Well, yeah, that's what you get for being slow.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but that's I've lost customers that way as well because I work fucking slow sometimes also.
yeah. The thing
But really,
is,
dude, you need to really try and work without having to do OCD like pencils first.
I guess so. Yeah, probably. I think this is gonna be the last
I
commission I'll do
I
for now, which
yeah,
which uses this technique, and then I'll try to jump into more painterly ones.
because the sculpting works real fast. It just what are you actually what takes most time for you? That's pencils rather than the painting. Painting itself is right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And what part do you dislike the most? I'm guessing it's the line work as well
yeah.
because the painting is more relaxed for you, right?
Yes,
Well, I rest my case.
I think so. Oops. I just like these crisp little details that sometimes when I don't do the the line work, they don't appear in my final paintings if I don't do these, like these tiny little lines that help guide me, you know?
Well, you can still do those though in your if you do a much quicker, more relaxed pencil sketch first. Like going into detail and zooming in like you do right now, that's just unnecessary when you're in many ways. But you can still do the overall refined pencil sketching,
Mm.
but not as detailed like David Raposa does it these days. He does
Dave.
yeah
He still does
he
line work,
does
right?
oh yeah he can do that, but when he needs to be busy and only do the he only do a quick sketch where he quickly sketches out where he wants the armor to be. Like if he does, let's take your piece as an example. He draws the armor
Yeah.
like just overall shapes where
Mm.
he wants them to be, and and he draws the if there's like the ammunition belt, he draws that quickly as well.
From what I
To
know,
just
he doesn't render in black and white anymore. He goes straight to color.
uh
Yeah. But
yeah
I
no
think
he got different styles now.
yeah, but
So
I think
depending
for
on the style he works on,
I think
but
his
yeah,
line art is still as complicated as this last time I checked,
oh, it can absolutely.
right?
But then he also uses the line art to be shown in his art more than he tended to do back in the day. But
Mm.
if he's doing painterly, he focuses on the painting side of it, and he do not do that insanely detailed pencils. They are still unnecessarily detailed in my book
Yeah.
when I look at it, but it's less than than it usually was. He uses Krita for the
Krita.
sketching and yeah, Krita for the sketching because he liked the magnetic sketching chrome brush
Mm. Okay.
because that can also he also uses that to quickly render to make it easier for to start painting. Sometimes he uses like for one piece he uses like three different painting programs.
Yeah, that's something that
Maybe
I don't have the time
no,
to
I
study it.
well he does it because it saves him time. Switch
Mm.
over,
Like
but
I've
I
had
I I,
yeah.
I have this problem with myself when I work. I get stuck. I have a problem with imagining going to another program mid piece.
Yeah, me too. That's why I've had Clip Studio for a few years now. Never opened it. Like I bought the license. Never opened it.
You're going to regret that when you finally do,
Yeah, I guess so.
because it would be it. First off, it would make your it would make make your art easy look more painterly, much easier than Photoshop, as an example. And
It would make what?
it would make your art look more traditional, easy, faster, traditional looking than in Photoshop.
Mm,
You don't have to do a lot of extra work uh, in Clip Studio to make it look traditional, to make it look the traditional way that you do it, as you have to do in Photoshop.
I see.
But again, it's also your OCD, and become you have a consistent workflow right now, and so I imagine just the thought of trying to break that up is scary for you.
Yeah, because that's happened before, and I just end up wasting time.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. I've seen you try. I've seen you try different stuff, and then you just instantly go back to this one.
like this is the latest piece that I've done.
Mm.
I think you've seen it if you've seen the streams.
Oh yeah, I see. I'm in your streams most of the time. I just not always say hello. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I see. I saw that from pretty much start to finish. How long did that take you overall?
A few weeks probably.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Like
Dave Raposa could do that similarly with his like. Yeah, it'll probably take him a week or two as well.
Yeah, of course he's gonna do this faster than me, for sure.
Well, that's because he's testing things out, and he's not. I think one of your it's a good thing that you're a perfectionist, but I also think you're overthinking way too much when you work.
I think so too. I think so too. I didn't even want to start this honestly today. Like,
Mm.
like when
Yeah, I do not want to do this Omni-Man Superman thing because I'm so. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
True. And I need the money.
Yeah. Did you get did you afford a new phone? Able to afford a new phone?
A good friend of mine lent his old one, so
Ah, that's
I
sweet.
didn't need to buy, which really saved me a lot of saved me a lot. So I'm
That's
using
good
his
to
old
hear.
one right now. It's a
It's
bit
better than
slow.
nothing.
Yeah, it's a bit slow, but I'm not complaining.
I mean, I only use my phone to. I only use my phone as if it was an old school phone before smartphones, anyways. So
All right, I'm rest for a bit. I'm happy with the
yeah,
results right now.
you go rest. You go rest, pumpkin. Okay.
All right, see you around, bro. I'm gonna end the
See
stream.
ya.
Thanks for joining.
Hey, you're welcome.
Thanks for tagging around. All right, I'm gonna end.